sure the runs fine. Okay, sweet. Sweet, sweet. Give me a quick mic test. Bah. There we go. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay. Sweet, 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 sweet. Okay. There we go. I think I'm good to go. Oh wait, I didn't mean my mic. Oh, no matter. Hi guys, I'm back. And I'm here, and I have DweamLee with me, who's going to provide commentary through this fun time. Anyways, I wanted to live stream my reaction to the new 4.2 quest, because I heard it's quite the tearjerker, and it looks so good, so we're going to get into it. And also, we might be pulling an all-nighter, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Anyways, let's get right into it. You're being very quiet, and it makes me a little bit unsettled about what's gonna happen next.
I mean, I can't say anything. I can't exactly talk about what you are doing until it's actually happening.
I mean, fair, but no.
I know things
Banette,
that
that's a
you
chair.
don't, so it's best for me to shut my mouth right now.
That's valid. That is very valid. Before
Ah, yes, hugging a tree, I see.
God damn it, you got me.
Of course I did.
I wasn't even. Oh, brother. Oh yeah, I've already started a little bit of the quest, so I'm skipping a little bit ahead for those who are wondering why I'm at this point. But TLDR, Earthquake, Possum is going through it right now. And we're trying to stop a prophecy. Alright, let's go do this. These some nice ruins. Oh, nice. These people.
This is Stabilize.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day.
Silence.
Fortunately, there's a little bit of lag, but that's honestly to be expected at this point. God, Poor villagers, they didn't deserve this.
The floor here isn't safe.
Ooh. Thanks, Paimon.
Settle down.
I do. Was that 10K or 100K? I couldn't see.
I didn't see.
That had to be 10K because I've never hit 100K just on a straight blast without Bennett.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
No, you're at.
Yeah, I'm at this part. All right, hold
Oh,
on.
you're at this one. You're at this part. You're at this part.
A lot of it, too.
You're at
Most
this
likely
part.
dissolved the moment
What?
it fell in.
Don't worry about it.
You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get I'm wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
Uh-huh.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
I guess, well, I suppose it's be expected that there would be more than one source, but still.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Just gonna drink my coffee in silence.
I got a bet. I know there's something that happens from the 4.2 trailer with the Navia, but I'm just like, don't think about it. Ah, I thought you'd be lurking, Haroon. Welcome, welcome. I should be saying welcome back, actually. What the f is happening? Oh, I see why.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Nope. Wait. There's a cutscene. Wait, no. Wait. No! Wait, the traveler spoke! No, please. Wait. What? What? Ah! No. Not Navia. No. Not the Geo Princess, no. Hi, Coco, welcome back. Just don't mind me, I'm sobbing internally.
Can't even react to this.
Demoiselle.
Wait, what?
Huh?
I
Wait,
can't
there's
even react to this.
Demoiselle, what are you doing
Huh?
here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't
Huh?
come to get you?
we need an afterlife, or is this a past memory?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
No, this has to be some illusion.
Oh,
This has
was
to be.
I?
I'm sobbing
Was I
too.
sleeping?
Yes.
I'm
it
glad
would appear
we
so.
both can relate right now.
I must be tired.
Unfortunately, I've already done all the quests, so I know
That's
exactly
quite
what's going
possible.
on.
However,
I
you
cannot
were
say
the one
anything.
that
I'm just
suggested
merely
we go
reacting
out
to
for
a
walk.
reaction.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet Something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh,
Wait a sec.
Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Ah, how have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
You said that
Why,
you
I wasn't
took
even
a
the
break
guarantor for that person.
before moving on to this part of the quest, right?
They were
Yes.
knocking at my door day and night.
Okay.
Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
My question is, how much do you remember?
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
I basically do remember the start of the whole quest.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, Burnett.
I'm
what was
very
it you
well
wanted to
aware,
give to
I'm
Miss
very
Navia
well
again?
aware that some of these
Oh,
people
yes.
are no longer here,
One moment,
are not
I
supposed
have
to
it
be
right
in the
here.
present world. So it leads me to conclude that this is some
Miss
sort of
Navia,
illusion.
These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take
Well, why
them.
do you think
They're
illusion?
a very good variety, and they'll become very big
The
and
way
beautiful once
that
they bloom.
this
I don't know what we would have
everything
done without
seems
your
all
help.
sea green.
So this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse. Ah, did you cultivate them yourself?
It's either an illusion
Thank you so
or
much. I'll certainly
memories.
take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case,
Ju-
we'll swap
just-
out some
just
of the
pay
decorative
attention
plants
very
for some
closely
of
to
Mrs.
what's in front of you.
flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct? That's right. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing
Yeah,
things with your
Your
husband
name does
previously.
seem familiar.
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
Yeah.
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please come to
I
the
recognize
opera house.
Melissa.
My trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Please wake up. Hi, Nick. Welcome to the call.
Hello, Nick.
I need to set up your PNG later.
What's
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness. Everyone's finally here.
What's the current activities?
I'm going through 4.2
Sure are a
story
lot of
quest
people
stuff
here
right
to see the
now.
trial. And they all seem
I
to be
am
oddly
watching his stream
excited
while
about something.
reacting to his reaction
know
while
some of these
reacting to
people.
the stream.
Karina,
Interesting.
Desiree,
This is
Joey
what
Bell.
late
Oh,
night
yeah, these people are supposed to be
shenanigans
dead!
turned into.
They're supposed to be dead!
Well,
Are the
So many people
I
here. And
Nick
why
spoilers?
do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge, huh? Where's Monsieur
I
Neuvillette?
take you're no
Please
longer
sit in
on
the
Overwatch.
defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
He sounds
All
tired.
right.
I'm very
Are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Reacceptation. Yup.
Hey, what
Yep.
kind of place do they think
well,
this is?
Come
He's
on. Do they have any
reacting
idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
to this story
Enough
quest.
with the whispering!
I'm trying like not to confuse myself.
Could someone
Well, I'm
please
reacting
tell
to
me
him
where
reacting
Monsieur Neuvillette
to
is
the story
and why
quest.
I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia,
You're making it
Have you
seem
not
you're making
realized
it
what
seem more
you've done?
complicated than it needs to be when
yeah.
you say it out
I-
loud.
I am.
As all
yeah, I know
here
it sounds
know,
way more
you
complicated out
are
loud.
Master Callus's successor, the
But
head of the
I'm actually
Spina
going
di
through all the
Rasula,
VODs right now.
someone held in high regard by
All
every
of my
soul.
VODs.
in
Trying to break
Poisson.
everything up into
After you took over
multiple-
the Spina, you treated
multiple
all
things.
of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you
But-
responded. Not only you, but your butler,
And I'm
your
watching for the
subordinates,
reactions.
nearly
Indeed you
everyone
are.
in the
Indeed
Spina
you
di
are,
Rasula
Haroon.
fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties.
I
You
don't
are
know
one
what
with
to do.
us.
Because
We
I need to play
are
Overwatch because I need to
inseparable.
finish the battle pass.
We are one
Because I have a
big
month
family.
left. I have
All of
under
us
a
are
month
from
left.
Poisson,
But I don't know how to
inextricably
Overwatch this late at
With you
all.
being so important,
Ghostwatch1,
we could possibly do without you. Therefore,
The
this
cues are
fair and
actually
honorable
insane.
court shall
Like,
declare
the
you
cues are
guilty,
insane.
and you shall stay
Yeah,
here.
the
You
time.
will be together with us forever.
The queue time is partially why I left them
What
early.
are you saying?
'Cause we were just sitting there
Everything
for
you
like
have said
6
is
to
correct.
7 minutes every
I
time.
have indeed done a lot for my hometown,
Did you buy
and
the battle
I would be
pass
willing
for
to
this
be with
season,
you all,
Dream?
but what is the purpose of having me
Maybe.
stand here like this?
Oh my god.
What is there to discuss?
I haven't yet. I try
Ah,
to finish
well,
it before I buy
If
it.
that's what you think,
No.
then I have no
And
further.
one
I had
person who
one
says
goal
who
and
did
that was
How wonderful,
I
Miss Navia!
look. I had one goal and that was to get the Echo skin, and I have the Echo skin. So
I know all these people.
I had the goal of getting the Echo
Hey,
skin.
Why are
At
they
least you
laughing?
didn't do it spooted and bought a $60 pack
I
of
seem to remember now.
skins.
Yes, I get it. This
Yeah,
trial
no.
is.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right.
Unless you did. Unless you did do that. That would be very silly if you did do that.
Malus?
What was that,
I'm
Mr.
assuming that is
Malus?
exactly what happened.
Our
now that
conclusion is
this
very
is a
clear
thing.
and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's
Um,
guilty.
That's a bit of a worse
Stay here,
financial
Navia.
decision.
You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt.
Look now, that
This
somber
trial
skin.
needs to keep you here
That
forever.
somber skin.
I wish to exercise my
not
right to
blame you.
defend Our Lady.
That
Mr. Swallfield,
look.
you only
That's
know
one of the
of
best
Navia's
somber
goodness,
skins in the
but
game.
nothing of her utterly
It's
independent
happening.
mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit.
I will let you figure that one
She's
out.
never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions
What kind of
cannot
separate
serve as
reality
proof
are
that she
they in?
identifies herself as part
You'll
of any
see.
group. She merely acted as an
The
individual,
worst part about it
extending
all
her hand
is
to
that
help
every
others.
single skin,
Please do not mistake
that was
her
released,
actions as being
every single
otherwise.
one of those characters I
Really?
play
As an individual, you say.
actively
Don't
play,
forget, we are all
which is horrible for
Fontanians
me.
Here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if
But I
Miss
think it's really
Navia
cool
only
that like
voluntarily
they did
rendered
2
her
supports,
assistance,
2
that
DPS,
doesn't
and 1
change the
tank.
fact that her
So they have a
beautiful
full-on team
soul
there.
Must
Yeah,
return to
full team.
everyone. Water
I was
accepts
trying to
all,
find a video of
blends with
the-
all.
You
It
right,
is
Haroon.
yours
You
to
right.
kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation
sorry,
of
Nick?
Hydro. And in the end,
I was trying to find a
everyone
video
shall
of
meld
what
together.
the victory
Thus,
poses look
when a
like together,
unanimous
and I
opinion
couldn't-
emerges,
probably have to
that
watch it.
opinion
But
represents
I bet they look good
justice.
together.
Now,
Oh,
I
they
speak for
they look.
everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia
Yes.
should stay. We and Navia are one.
Yeah.
And you would call this justice?
Okay.
Preposterous. You are
I'm
merely
so
jealous
happy
that
with how
Demoiselle
everything's
still
coming
has a
along.
chance to exist as an individual. Have you
Okay.
forgotten how much you
I
all
have
once
progress.
longed to become
progress.
individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean
to
to
defy
defy
our
our
justice?
justice?
Oh
If your
no.
justice is flawed, then why
I
should we
have
acknowledge it?
progress.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that
There is
is
no
how we will
justice here.
enforce justice.
Ugh, my head. It hurts.
Demoiselle,
There's no justice. What do you mean?
Silver, it hurts.
Just
My head is
reigns
spinning.
from above.
All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
You've been playing Overwatch too much.
Remember now,
I've been playing over.
everything that seemed odd from the
Not
very
as bad
beginning.
as when I went through my justice phase.
You went through your justice phase when Neverland was released.
No,
Rita,
that was back in the
Joyville,
B1
Jolien, Essen,
Etheria
and Mr.
days.
Giverny and Mrs. Burnett,
Ah,
who we met
yes,
earlier.
that one too. That one too.
Malouse, and
That
Silver.
one too,
But
she says.
It came back when you got Neverland.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they're all
It came
dead.
back when you got Neverland. Which
don't be
I'm
afraid.
really
Don't
hoping.
admit guilt.
Oh,
that I get
I see what's
Rita.
happening. I see what's happening now.
Who are you
Hmm?
to say
I
that
see
she
what's
cannot
happening
be
now.
judged?
Mm-hmm.
We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority
Mhm.
I
is
knew that-
absolute justice.
I knew it was
We
people that all
are the
died,
will
but
of all. Don't let them escape. We shall keep Navia here with us.
she hasn't accepted
Mr.
everyone's
Malus
dead
and
yet
Mr. Silver.
because it's still fresh on their
Mm.
mind.
So stubborn. How could the two of you
Mm.
possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Okay.
Do not resist. This
So
judgment
this is one big
fair
illusion
and
from
just.
Primordial Water or
Navia
something.
belongs to us. After all that happened,
Mhm.
she should not be left alone
I-
in
Is it?
Poseidon.
That, yeah, oh, no.
What
Oh,
are you
not the
saying?
Oceanid. Not the Oceanid.
No more excuses.
Yeah, they're all angry.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be
Why
an
are there so
independent
many?
individual?
This is my worst nightmare yet, is
people-
fighting
Who's
so many
jealous of
Oceanids.
her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
Oh god, this is a nightmare. Navia, you need to...
Silence.
That's
Huh?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for
Seems
the rest of the
somebody's
day.
bamboozled.
In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
It is him! It is the real him! It's not an illusion!
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance
had
to
a
leave this
hunch.
place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Aw.
Malus,
He couldn't save
My
her
apologies.
father, but
I
now
couldn't
he's making
resist
up by saving
one
her.
little joke
Aww.
once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
That's actually poetic.
Malouse. Silver.
Aw.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Aw.
No, wait! Just a second!
Fair warning.
Navia?
The only thing
You're
I will
awake.
say is you were rapidly
Good.
approaching, like a good 2 hours worth of cutscenes.
I must have been dreaming.
Oh, good thing I'm
Malouse and
settled
Silver
in.
were still alive, and they were.
Yeah.
Actually,
they
let me,
were defending me at some insane trial.
actually get something
Looks
a little
like
bit
you're all
comfy
right.
for my rump.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Oh, Neuvillette came to the
The
rescue.
ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
This bit's funny.
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment,
And your
perhaps
model's
even a
glitching
fraction
out.
of a second.
I know, it's
But
because
they
I'm
gave
standing
me
up.
the chance to retrieve you.
Uh-huh.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your
And I have
consciousness
popcorn,
dissipated.
so.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean
How many
like
times
what
are you gonna
happened with
mention you have
Vache?
popcorn?
Not enough times.
2 hours. That's my math.
Closer to 3
3
hours.
hours. To be honest, if there's 3 hours worth of cutscenes, then there's a lot going on.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you
There's a
saw
lot of
in
going
your
on.
dream.
People usually complain about
always
too many
told them
cutscenes,
that they
but it's
didn't
not
have
always
to
a
protect
bad
me.
thing. Given perspective.
Yeah.
To think that
My
they keep doing so even
part
after
2
death.
that's scheduled is 3.5 hours long.
Please come with
You're
me.
shitting me.
I'm being dead serious.
Oh
Part
my-
2, when I was playing the quest, was
Nevertheless,
3.5 hours long.
Good lord.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
And the only thing I did was the Archon Quest.
Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more
Yeah.
awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigwin sends her regards.
Ah, Dweam. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of
The poor guy's
Meropide has
so
not been too
awkward
much
right
for her,
here.
has it?
No way. Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Dweam would need a lot
Cajun.
of time to understand the world of humanity.
I'm honestly so happy
just as
Ray
I
Chase
have.
voices Nouvellette.
Oh,
He was
and
such a
the Duke
perfect
also
choice
says
for the
that.
character.
Even though Seedream made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
I still find it funny that people thought it was Alejandro
Thank you.
who voiced
I have
him
indeed been busy
when the
lately.
teaser came out.
And I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
The world quest after you pick it up. Oh, screw the world quests. I can't with the world quests. They're so boring.
They are.
Probably quite the
Because there's no
swimmer, huh?
voiceovers, it's all reading.
Yeah, the world
Yes, of
quests are
course.
important to like the expansion of the story and the world, but yet they're
This
just
isn't
like,
going anywhere.
nah, we don't put effort into it.
Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me
just
that she had
realized you're
asked you
getting
to
closer
investigate
and
the
closer
ancient
to
ruins
affiliate.
here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you.
Oh yeah, I
but
guess
we
I
thought
am.
You might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Who knows? I might get there by the end of the year if I keep pushing.
Definitely could.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
You get a force.
Yes,
Ooh,
if you wouldn't
really?
mind my company.
Aw, you do?
Another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
The little subtle voice crack I heard was in your voice. You do?
Shut up!
Wait, you do?
Shut up!
Oh, before I forget, I actually don't think I have it. Oh, never mind. All right, we're good. Never mind, we're doing this.
The tide's back.
The tide's back.
Have fun.
This is all I have to do. Oh, mother.
Order
Alright,
guide.
screw you. Thank you, Oz. I seriously don't know what Hoyoverse was thinking of making him that stupidly overpowered. But he's fun.
Your official is
Another
broken.
unstable path. Watch your step.
She is, honestly.
actually need to work on building for sure.
She's a very good
lazy.
support.
No. I just think that she's annoying.
Yeah, that's
Imagine-
besides the point.
Imagine not having Venti. I had a completely different way of going up there.
There's a different way to go up.
Venti Z. Kazua's jump. Wanderer could probably do it too.
That's smart, actually.
Why climb when you can fly?
This is true. Damn, I'm so... damn, I'm so jealous. I want her at C5. Also, is Nick still in the call?
Yeah, she's muted. She's eating.
I was like, did she fall asleep already?
No, she's eating.
Gather! Be sanctified.
Oh, okay, the Ruin Guard is alive. Fun.
This is order.
I'm glad that you had that same reaction. Because I was sitting there thinking, like, why is there just a Ruin Guard? And then I saw it move, and I was like, ah, that's why there's a Ruin Guard.
I'm just gonna let that end real quick because it's gonna go over to cutscene. Ooh, where are we going? Where are we going from here? Do we let go? Oh, dang. Okay, this is pretty big. I didn't realize how big this area was.
Yeah.
Sometimes I even question if the domain areas are even real or not. Investigate the space ahead.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces
And here
in
is
the
when
vicinity.
theories will start to brew.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. Yeah, no, Nuvalet's super fun. To be honest, with how OP he is, it's pretty lore accurate.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Okay, now we're getting into the big stuff here.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
I immediately saw Farina and I was like, oh no.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that
some time
Fontaine
travel.
should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match.
information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
You made me curious on the
Paimon
official
feels
topic.
like these images are kind of
So I
weird
logged
when you
in.
look at them together.
I have C6 official, and I need to build her.
Oh, fuck you. I'm jealous. Damn.
But I also have luck of getting the characters that I don't use.
Yeah. I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the water's drowning fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her.
I
her
figured it was
appearance here does
Egeria
match
that
the
was
records.
in there
The
somewhere.
previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents,
I'm not getting which character it was,
could
Harun.
this place be the origin
which
of
character?
the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates
Wait,
and left
Tainari?
these slates here?
Wait, was it
Seems
Tainari?
that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Okay, yeah, I need 16 more
we better
books
get somewhere
to
safe for now.
double crown Venti. And then I can start working on his normal attack. So his his ult is already crowned. I just gotta finish crowning his E, and then I can maybe triple crown.
Nice.
And I would have had C1 Venti if Chi-Chi decided not to,
I'm curious
cut
if
in front of him.
Egeria foresaw the prophecy or something before then. All I know is she's being briefly mentioned, but there's definitely more going on that she's prepared for. And Farina's, I have a suspicion she's definitely wearing a mask and hiding the truth of what she's actually planning.
I see you also have the mask theory.
Yes. Let us continue. Velveeta's so good.
Let's split up here.
Velveeta.
I'm going
You're
to check
just
on
eating
what's happening
straight
with
cheese?
Espina. You know how it is.
No,
There's some
not
things you just need to be there for yourself.
Velveeta.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Listen, I may be neighbors with the cheese heads, but
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company
Is
all
that
this
not what
time.
Velveeta is?
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard
it's
work
pronounced
today. Rest well,
Velveeta,
everyone.
not
Traveler,
not
I'll go talk to
Velveeta.
Farina tomorrow morning to
Still
ask about the
saying
stone slates.
Velveeta.
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that
No,
it's come
look
to
up
this.
Belvita
She has long been
sandwiches.
harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. Which makes
And
it
before
all
he
the more
asked,
my
no,
duty
it's not a
to
cheese
ensure that she
sandwich.
understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
I have my reputation for words.
Just jumping right to it. Okay.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona!
That voice. Is that who I think it is?
What?
Huh?
I need to stop yelling, otherwise I'm going
It's
to wake
you
up my
two.
whole household.
What are you doing in Fontaine?
Once again, with the same reactions.
Of course Mona would be down here in the forest part.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so
Oh
I
my
booked
god,
a
I
hotel in the
completely
city.
forgot.
I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you.
I don't remember if this was a
Quite
theory or confirmed true,
unexpectedly,
but
if I might add. Why
Mona's
did you think
master.
I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Hold on.
Yeah, let's go
I
with
heard
that.
something about
Well, I used to have my own
Mona's
surname, which
teacher or
is,
master
some
being
other
the
thing.
Hydro
Either
Archon.
way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was
I
nothing
think it was
to
a
it,
theory.
really. She really
was a
is
theory
amazing at astrology,
or
so
something. I don't
changed
remember.
my name to what it
It
is
was
now,
some-
according
I
to
don't
her
remember.
wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is? Oh, here we go.
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
That is excessive.
Magistus
Jesus.
is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about Triple Strength Traveler or Triple Appetite Paimon?
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
I was gonna say,
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know,
You
know
okay,
the
Dream?
star's the best!
Indeed.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
the
okay.
spirit.
That hurt.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion
What
was
did you
about.
do?
If there's
I
anything you need,
sneezed.
do not hesitate
That
to
was a
inform the spirit of
sneeze?
Rosula.
Yeah, that was a sneeze.
Yes, we were getting a little too carried away there.
I thought we already went over
My own
this.
business now.
You did, but
If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come
I
find
thought
you two
Will
again.
came home all of a sudden. I was like, wait, why do I hear another
And there she
voice?
goes, quick
I-
as rushing water.
No.
And here we
Apparently
are.
your sneeze is
Start giving
sentient
us
to me.
Suspicious looks.
Well, we are making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
Bless you, I guess, Coco says.
I'm
Alright.
sorry.
Alright. Thanks, Paimon.
That's
I'm
more
sorry.
like it.
DweamLee, the opera singer, everyone.
What? What?
It's a joke from a video I saw from My Name is Bai.
Right, it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see
She
Numerous,
comes from
so
a
let's
long
pack
line
it
of
up and
violent
get going.
sneezers. That would make two of us, actually.
I can confirm.
Or you should come into my chat more often and expose Dream more.
No. No. I don't think so.
She's like, you are banned from watching him.
No, I never said that.
No, I'm joking. Don't worry.
I know.
Don't take that out of context, people. It's a joke. It's not like I'm being serious. Don't cancel me. It is midnight. I am very unhinged. I apologize.
It's after midnight, actually.
Anyways. Poor yawn.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur
Cancelled.
Neverlet and Lady Farina,
That smug
they seem to have
look.
gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Wait, Lady Farina? Hold up. What's going on with you?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention
Oh, these
to
two
offend
arguing
you, but
now?
please,
Oh, this
tell
is
me
cool.
where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Oh, he's gonna throw that in her face. Damn.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Oh, here it is.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro
I had
Archon.
the part
But
where
it
I
is
was like, oh,
strange that you should
Freena's
claim
been
to not know any
investigating
of
some
Egeria's
stuff.
secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Yeah, okay. That... Totally not suspicious.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. Seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understanding how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience
Oh
just
my
such a
god, he's not...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she
Oh no!
the first chance she gets?
Oh no, Nubalette!
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
The trailer?
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair,
You're on trial and then
must prevent
hearing...
the prophecy from coming to pass.
Oh no,
This may
oh
be
no,
cruel
no.
to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information
Jesus,
a god possesses is
Nubalette.
too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
This man acts more like a leader than she does. In that case, we'll need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. Awesome. Oh, wait a second.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Or ferment.
No.
Ferment.
I don't think I can.
Ferment.
Then, how about you?
the way he's looking at Navia, just like,
to become as somber as it is in court.
Oh, there's...
Well then,
I'm surprised the name didn't show up. I was expecting her to... I was expecting Traveler to call on her.
Spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Oh, think of...
That was a little long-winded.
Hey, Glenn!
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well... let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go
on. I love the dynamic.
In that case, Do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Florian's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Frida reached a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to keep her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. This is what you will need. Curious. Very curious. dailies, and then we'll continue.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Dream, you know what I just realized?
Hmm.
I did legs today, which means my knees. I proceeded to injure my knees, and now my knees are cramping. You sound tired.
I'm focused. Actually, yes, I am tired.
The coffee's already wearing off. I see.
Yeah, the coffee's already wearing off.
Are you still on Genshin right now?
I am.
I see. Can we real quick talk about how you used up all your condensed resin? All of the press. What the fuck is it called?
My fragile resin.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a transient resin that I need to use. Yeah, did you use all your fragile resin today too?
All of my fragile resin. I have one left.
Oh my goodness. I mean, at least you're using it to help build. I'm over here hoarding it for a rainy day.
Why?
I have no reason to use them, really. I mean, I can use, like, I have 47. I can use them to, like, you know, go artifact hunting, but I've seen those videos where people will spend 6,000 resin, and then next thing you know, they're crying in a corner because RNG sucks.
I
only use it.
working on Gene.
I only use it if I'm, like, in a necessary if I need to, like, grind out in those moments, you know?
Yeah. I have been working on Jean.
That's right. How's that going?
Let's see. She has a full set of 5-star viridescent. All of them are over level 10. Correction, all of them are over. No, there's 2 that's still level 10. I was gonna say that they were all over level 12, but there's 2 that's still level 10. So they're all over level 10. Jean is literally a sliver away from level 70. I already have all the things needed to ascend her to the 80-90.
But everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah. Or at least the 70-80, my bad. And then after that, I just need to work on the 80-90, which all I need to do is farm the boss. That's all I have to do.
You're the most reliable person in the world,
I have
aren't
everything.
you?
She's not been that bad, but her HP is, let's see, she's sitting at 16k HP right now.
Does she scale off HP, or, well, I know she's Anima, so Animas usually scale off EM, but does she scale on anything else besides EM?
I have no idea, because I've been, because everything...
She's one of the basic starting characters from the start.
Yeah.
I'm just joining you 2 for tea.
Everything has energy recharge, EM, crit rate, animo damage, and elemental. I think I already said elemental mastery.
Me already?
Wait.
Who the
But
hell?
I think it's very, very good.
From the sky in Sumeru.
And then I have Skyward Blade on her, which is at level 80, which I don't have much left to farm that out.
Not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were
But
feeling previously.
then I have to work on her talents, because all of her talents are at level 1.
That confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible
So that puts
hobby
all
of
of her
mine after all.
stats.
Who are you? What do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby.
Yeah, her
Just
crit rate, crit
accepting a
damage right now is
commission from my
sitting
friend's
at a,
disciple,
so this is crit rate, crit damage, at a 16.4 to 57.8
Yes,
right now.
what has been prophesized
I do want to
fulfilled.
find a new crown with healing,
Such things as the
with a
history
healing
of the
bonus
future.
though, because she's at 11.1 healing bonus. I want to get that up there.
Nice.
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes.
And
Can
animo
everything
damage,
into
she's at a
that so easily
51.7.
be changed?
There it is again. Fate. Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden
I personally think that she
corners
sounds like
where the
Mona.
god's gaze does not
It kind
show?
of does.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
It could be Mona's VA too.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone. What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more vigilant, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why,
That's a lot of energy
it was
recharge.
Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view.
How much energy
Prophecies
charge
are very
did you get?
important, but how can people allow their lives to be
This is
commandeered
without
by just a
everything
few
leveled
words?
up all the way to max. Keep that in mind. She's sitting at 189.8%.
Ah, yes.
That's pretty
About
good.
what we had discussed before.
Sheesh.
I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach
I
the
will
old
always have a
hag.
heal.
I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
Actually, what is Venti sitting at?
Goodness gracious.
She's
Are you
got more
serious?
ER than Venti.
I believe she came to pass a message to
She
us.
said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
Oh my god.
Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
More ER than
The
Venti.
Hexen Circle
That's
members
scary.
are
She's
certainly
not gonna
anything
have.
but ordinary. As for the mage named
She'll never
N,
not have her ult.
the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa.
God
The Hexen
damn,
Circle
these
sounds
people
like
are
a
old.
scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty
Remind
terrifying.
me, do visions typically
if she came
make
to see you personally, then
everyone
the problem you're
last
facing
longer
must
than their
truly
typical
be of great
lifespan, or no?
importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon can
I have
understand
no
anything
idea.
she said.
I feel like there are
she was
several
quite cryptic,
several
but
characters who
I
are
suspect
alive
she means
longer than
there's
they
still a
should
way
be
to
given
turn
the
things around.
span of time,
She
but
didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
true, words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? What was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate
Oh
may
my
not
god,
be.
that reminds me of
It
something
is
that
cruel,
Dan's Leaf
but
said.
it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are
Then the
seeing
threads
playing
of
out before
fate
you
will be
is
yours
not yet
to
set in stone.
reweave.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Huh.
Even if this is all futile,
That's
I still wish
interesting
to
to
help
think about.
everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it
I
comes?
don't have the Mora.
Huh.
Okay.
You do have a point.
We don't have Mora, but we have Child.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I
I
start
do have
talking about
Child.
work-related stuff.
There you go.
I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are
Oh
struggling.
my god, it
in
still
the same
blows
way
my
I
mind
did.
that like Child just
I suppose
hands out
that might be
Fatui
why we always
money like
seem
it's
to meet by
candy. And
coincidence.
just does not care.
It's funny that he has to be a,
Kinda moved by what
he
Mona
has to learn
said,
all those
but
practical
also
stuff, but
kinda
he's just
sad,
like,
too.
I just want to fight.
Traveler,
I have my reasons
Yeah.
for being.
going
I have
outside
my
for a
reasons for
walk.
joining the Harbingers.
Yeah. No,
We got
literally.
enough. We got enough money anyway. Here, have it. Oh, make sure to spoil Tusser for me.
Yeah, no. And then on top of that, Zhongli, who can quite literally summon Mora if he wanted to. I'd be like, I'm always broke. Oh, you're broke? Here, take some money.
He has a. I understand his reasoning for not doing it though, because he's obviously trying to live a mortal life.
Yeah, because he retired.
I feel like we may see sometime in the future him actually coming out of that said retirement to do what has to be done. I don't know. A lot of people.
What? Make another stone forest?
Genuine stone forest. No, people have been speculating that his contract with the contract that he made about what happened in Conria and all that. People are speculating that he might break it and sacrifice his own life in order to help the traveler. I genuinely believe that Zhongli may just take action in the future if it calls for it and if he believes it's just, you know.
I mean, honestly, I think all the Archons may step up.
I feel like with what's to come with the divine and Celestia, I feel like there's gonna be some revolt, and the gods are gonna. Which it would be cool to see all the 7 Archons come together, just standing in one cutscene, just facing off with their signature weapons, and just like, all right, time to die.
Let Paimon see. The
I mean,
underwater
It'd just be
strong
funny
forces
watching
of
them.
Mary.
It'd just be funny too watching them bicker too. Just like Venti just pulls out a bottle of alcohol and Johnny's like, now is now the time to be drinking, and Venti's like, well, we're gonna go out with a bang, so we might as well. Woo! And then you just got the God of War over here like, I'm ready.
Thus did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy.
I can't wait to go to Natlan.
It is said
I hope the God of War is at least a little some unhinged. Is the most unhinged person ever in the most fun way possible.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet.
She's either gonna be super unhinged or really calm and collective.
I really don't. Oh my god! Imagine like the Pyro Archon and a going head to head.
She's using us as the subject matter instead.
That sure seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Oh my god. Has the Natlan Archon, the Pyro Archon, has their name been linked yet?
I'm pretty sure their name has been talked about. It has to. I think it's like among one of the Archons at least, or something. Or no, it's been said. There's there's a tidbit of lore revealing their name at least. I don't know if it's their human name or their actual like god name. You know, like Beelzebub, Ewer, Morax, Barbados.
Both the lore.
What's the lore? Because I'm pretty sure. Shazna was revealed.
Should we go in and get something to eat?
I mean,
I have an early
they
morning.
call her the Saritsa.
The Saritsa sounds is more of a proper term though.
Yeah.
But
I think it's been mentioned it's a council.
Thank you, Coco, for coming. It was good to see ya. Take it easy and have a good day tomorrow, alright? And get plenty of sleep.
Look!
Or try to, anyway.
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
I think it's mentioned it's a count. I believe you are right there, Haroon.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in.
I shall. Thank you, thank you.
I'm sure it'll be great.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
1 slice of cake, please.
Woohoo, made it to 1 a.m.
Leave it to the nosy and just be like, cake.
Wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can
It's
eat.
1 a.m.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it
I can't help but think like how fun that would be.
Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe
Because
the
like
waters will rise tomorrow.
Natlin and Inazuma are both on opposite sides of the map.
The prophecy. To be
It'd be
honest,
pretty
I haven't
chaotic
paid
if
much
they were
attention
next to
to
each
that.
other.
No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that
I'm
wouldn't keep me
curious
from having some today.
what A
No,
would think
it's the same
to
for
say
eating
too.
in
I mean, if
general.
they're both
You might not be able to eat
warriors, I
tomorrow,
imagine they have a
but
great
if you
deal
can
of
do so
respect
today,
for
then
each
you should
other.
carry on. That's what people call.
Or
living.
A's gonna throw another tantrum.
Huh.
Yeah, that too.
Don't be sad.
But let's.
Excuse
Yeah.
me, could I
AA
have
has
2 more
thrown
slices
a
of
lot
cake
of.
to go?
Thrown a
These 2
huge fit.
slices are for
She
you.
isn't perfect, but at
Sijin
least
said that this
she
kind of expression you're
realizes
making is
that
what humans call
I need to let my
being
people at
sad.
least be somewhat free.
Oh, you know Seedwing?
I sure do. She was
Here I
born
thought
before me,
here
and
I
she
thought
sometimes
mentioning
comes to
A
the
would
surface to teach us things about
I was expecting Nick just to come in and be like, do
that
not
humans
talk
are
about
creatures
that
that are
woman
sad
in
and
my
easily. Yes,
Discord.
and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
I actually
I've got
think
something else
Nick
to do,
fell
so I'll
asleep.
be going now.
I'm
You
betting
do try
on
to
it.
stay in a good mood after eating,
yeah.
all right?
She's on
Bye.
idle.
I would scream out her name, but I doubt she can hear us.
And there she goes.
She's actually, if you scream loud enough, she can.
Let's dig in.
Or you could call her phone too. I'm not going to though.
Good.
If she wants to sleep, she can sleep.
And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea.
Let there be a
It sure would be
peace.
nice if we could come again
You
tomorrow.
know she'll probably be up,
Sure would
wake
be
up
nice
at
if
the
we
middle
could
of the night
always
and be
eat
like,
delicious
what
food
happened?
here.
She's gonna look back at this VOD and be like, alright, let's see how much I tortured him while I was asleep this time. I don't know if, oh wait, no, I did share with you that fun little nightmare I had.
Which one?
Remember when I was sharing you a screenshot of a different chat with me, me, Jay,
Yeah.
Nick, and Aura?
Oh yeah.
Aura.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I'm talking about that because Nick worded that so poorly that I thought she was pissed at me, and then she
Oh
was
my
like,
God.
"Oh no," and she was like, "Oh no, I thought it was funny because I was still torturing you even when I was asleep."
Oh my God.
And I was just like, I'm gonna go take a break. Have a good night. And I'm just over here, like, catching my breath, just like, oh, thank God, I didn't fuck up again.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's funny now.
Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
I'm trying to find hydro plant.
Hydro plant?
Hydro plant. I found hydro plant. I'm trying to find hydro plant.
So I sent you a letter
Oh, you
to
mean the
discuss just
flower?
that.
Yeah.
It appears you didn't receive it though. It's all right though. I've set aside
Trying
the
to
amount
find
intended
the
for you.
hydro plant.
I've even set the table with some food. Really? Oh, you're the best!
If
You're
it's
almost a
shallow,
little
then
too
I have
easy
to
to
go
win
all the
over,
way
Paimon.
here.
If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
I found cave entrance.
Nice.
I think I'm
In
finding
which case,
hydro plant.
can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Oh, that's
You
cool.
seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even
I think I found hydro plant.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then
Yeah, I
you're
think I
worth
found
it.
hydro plant.
But not right now, of course.
What does
I'll
the
need a few
hydro
days to
plant?
prepare.
What is this hydro plant that you're talking
In
about?
that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a
Hydro
yes? Ooh, splendid!
Tulpa.
I'll tell the editor-in-chief
Oh,
immediately.
that.
Lighting,
Okay.
the venue, some props, and
I'm very
so
curious
much to
on
get
what
done
this
now.
is.
Talk to you later.
That's not a plant. 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 That's
Just
not
for
a plant.
example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow? What
I
would
take
you
that
do
back.
today?
I take that back. There is no hydro plant.
That's the prophecy you're
I-
talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but
No.
I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If
Uh,
you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to
I
leave
still need to
Fontaine.
do the trials
but
for
I'm
this
still a
update.
journalist first and
Not gonna
foremost.
lie.
That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene.
I've
And
seen her
secondly,
gameplay. I mean,
wouldn't
she
forsake
looks
my
cool.
homeland that
She definitely
easily.
looks cool and
From
unique.
what I've seen, most people
But
don't know what they do should the
as
worst
much as
come
I
to
would
pass.
like a new cryo,
In
I'm
truth,
just not
it might be
interested
better
right
just
now.
to behave like normal
Or-
rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
God.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with
Why
a
is
truly
he
unique person,
angry?
then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know
How's
what I'd
Story
do?
Quest going
Well,
for
I'd
you?
write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as
I'm
soon
trying
as possible.
to stay
I'm not a
focused.
dreamer, nor am I a workaholic.
Although
do
I
love
get
my
I get
job,
what's going
And
on
I'd
here.
be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Why does my eye keep
so
glitching?
nice.
I'm not even twitching.
All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
That's just normal.
I was gonna say it's probably because I got the physics up to max, so my eye's a little bit too realistic. That and the glasses.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Well, that's a waypoint I haven't unlocked yet.
Been thinking.
Hey, you guys want to stop the cutscene and go over there for me, please?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow,
I have Triode Charlotte. I have Charlotte. I'm not really that big of a fan.
What would you like to do?
She seems to play similar. Her E is similar to Navita.
We've always been moving to the next
Nahida.
destination, so we haven't
Jesus.
spent much
Nahida,
time
yeah.
thinking about things. We didn't have
Yeah,
to
her
either
E
with us
similar to
always being on the
Nahida.
road and whatnot.
I heard her burst is like a healing thing or something.
Her burst is basically like Bennett.
You mean still trapped?
So like
Oh,
she's basically she's like Cryo Bennett.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't like her E, but her ult, once I figured out it was a heal, it's pretty cool.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Cause I've heard some people say she's actually pretty decent, all things considered. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts an interview in the Spina de Rosadeo's safe house at the Fideu Sendar. I don't remember how they pronounced it. Navia, having finished her business in Bolsom, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. So when are we getting to the part that Nuvolette says Focalor dies by beheading?
Looks like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Sorry, am I jumping the gun?
It's better than the Fortress of Miracade, that's for sure. Not only
You're really taken aback by that, weren't you?
So the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Play Harmonia, aren't you?
That's a bit much, isn't it?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur
I mean, if the
Norilac
little
sent me to
shit
look
dies,
for you
I'll
two
actually
before.
cheer.
I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Merope.
People say A should die in a hole. Me, Focalor, she has problems, which I'm sure I'll find answers to in this quest. Anyways.
Not at
just
all.
keep
I'm well
questing,
aware
just
that
keep
you're friends
questing,
with his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Just keep questing.
Yes, inside the Opera House.
That's all you need to
The
know. Just keep
Maréchaussée
questing.
Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
The garden mechs are going on strike. They ain't treated right.
And while she was
They get
resting
abused
during
out
an
in the
intermission,
wild just so we can
other
harvest their
audience members
gears.
suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
The plant. Everything's going as
The
planned.
crowd continued
Excellent.
to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet
Wait,
for the pressure they've been
a
under due to
new
the prophecy.
weapon.
I agree.
What?
People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary.
Arun mentioned
But
a
the moment
new
people
weapon.
feel
Yeah,
threatened,
yeah.
gods are also the first to be blamed.
I do not have
So what happened
that
after
weapon.
that? Is Farina okay?
You said it was after you
Seeing
complete
that the
the world
situation
quest, I
was
believe.
spiraling out of control
After the
and
world
further
quest.
argument
Okay,
was
not the
pointless,
Archon quest.
she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
Also,
the
that was
Maréchaussée
not a
Phantom
Hydro
had their
plant.
hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady
Oh
Farina
no, I
had
know.
gone.
I know.
Only when things had stabilized did we
Yeah,
realize that she had
but
gone
the
missing.
picture is very misleading.
So, you mean she's still missing?
So, I
That's
really
right.
would like a
The
Hydro
Maréchaussée
plant.
has dispatched many people to search for her. But we
I'm
don't have
pretty
any
sure
leads
there is
yet.
one already.
That said, I don't
No.
think there's much to worry
Yeah.
about. She is a god after all.
Yeah.
Even
there
if she
is.
were to fall into the
There's
hands
a
of
Hydro
rioters,
cube.
what could ordinary people do to her?
Yeah, screw the cube.
The cube is in Inazuma. There's a cryo plant.
Good.
There's
Monsieur
the
Norilac sent me to
Oceanid.
tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more
We should
than
do a
enough to
tier
go on.
list
Thanks for
ranking all
keeping
the
us informed.
hypostasis cubes.
Is that so?
Tier list.
Well, all right then.
I want
In
to do a
that
tier
case,
list
you two
stream.
take
Can I
care.
give me?
I'll
Can
be heading back
I
to the
inspire
Palais
me
now.
to do one? I just don't know what I'll do it on. I was gonna do it
Beth.
on. I was gonna do it on like
Well,
fast
sounds like you should
foods,
hurry up with
anime,
what's solving.
shows, whatever, really.
Wait, hold up. That actually sounds really fun.
The last tier list I did was with Jay and Lucky, and we spent, I swear, probably like 2 or 4 hours listening to different musics from the Call of Duty Zombie soundtrack, just ranking them from best to worst. It was a fun night.
That would be really fun. Like, that'd be really good, like, just chatting, hanging out.
Yeah! We could do it sometime.
Okay. Enemies. Okay. There is Cryo Plant. There is Pyro Plant. There is Electro Plant.
She won't try
Are
to
you
fix
going
things
down
in
the
this
list?
situation. Instead,
I am.
look for a place to wait out the heat. And
There
as we
is
also know,
no.
she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart
Meanwhile, in the God of War's land, we have no plants. We have dead
When
bush.
Nervalet was talking to her in the
Oh
Palais
god.
Mermonia,
Oh god, why
and she
did I
heard
remember
about
that?
Buffon, she couldn't hide her sadness and
Oh
remorse.
no, why did I remember that?
It would be hard for
Hey,
her
you
to
remember
ignore
Dead
being
Bush
accused
and
by the
what's his
public
face? His friend?
Paimon thinks Farina's
No.
probably taken the opportunity
No.
to
I wonder how they're
Dead Bush
doing.
and
I
Grass
wonder.
Block.
to relieve the sense
No,
of guilt
dirt.
that
Dirt block.
Well,
I wonder if they ever got into a roleplay server just playing that.
I don't know. That'd be pretty funny.
I'm a Dead Bush. Nice to meet you.
in that case, there's
Oh my goodness.
And we tried so hard to like convince them. It's like, you can't be a dead bush here.
But I want to.
Yeah, it's like, but you need to be a human character. Nah, dead bush.
I'm gonna pause there just for 2 minutes.
Wait.
Stretch.
Was it? Oh,
No, it was it was like Dead Bush and like Dirt Block or something. I want to say.
yeah, dirt block. Dirt.
They had a YouTube channel too.
Are you serious? They had
Yes. Peter looked at it, and I did too.
Oh
it
my
was crap. It was your.
Oh my god.
Well, it was your typical youngster teenagers trying to do Minecraft YouTube videos. Which in
Oh my
fairness,
God.
I was one of those kids growing up.
Mhm.
Oh my god,
Mhm.
I'm so stiff.
And then, oh my god.
Here, hold that thought real quick.
Okay.
1 sec. I need to open up a window. I'm dying, dog.
I will actually be right back.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
I can breathe. I know my mic's not muted on stream. I was actually dying in here because I think the heat's turned on and I'm losing my voice. Oh God, help me!
Water comes in many flavors to the dessert
Help
palate.
me!
Mondstadt's water is crisp
Okay, I got my
and
headset
pure,
on. You were
while
saying?
water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other.
If you're about to ask me, are you
has a
okay? The
rich
answer
and
is
complex
no.
flavor profile,
I am not.
but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Ugh. Did I break you? Yeah, I probably did. Ugh. Screw it. I need to stand. I'm gonna continue playing, but I need to stand up for a couple minutes. So, I'm gonna do this in the most weird way possible. Oh god, my arms are so stretched right now. Okay, hold up. Let me do this with my mic. Okay, there we go. Move my keyboard a little bit closer. There we go. And then make sure my camera's angled. Oh my gosh. So, I wish. No, I'm gonna take a picture real quick and send it to you. Oh, now my phone doesn't want to work. Oh my god. You added the wrong oh my. Okay. Alright. Anyways, I am going to continue this standing up for a little bit because I need to stretch my legs. So, here we go. So, for some reason my model glitches out. It's because I'm, well, I got it angled to where it still sees my face, obviously, but, you know.
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Why the sad music? Come on. Oh, Farina's here? Oh. Dang, she must be reflecting on the actions.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh. Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Aww.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
Not with that attitude.
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Ignorant
Farina,
subject.
You were
Hey,
crying
Baby
just now,
Yoda.
weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Stop trying to act tough, Farina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Oh boy.
Quick, after her!
What the f? Oh, but looks like she's got a mob.
Farina, those
Better
people
run.
seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Run. Run.
I have returned.
Hi. Also, you added Nick instead of me.
I did?
Yeah.
This should be the place, right?
I was
Oh.
Hey, Farina!
I was like, did I break you with my excessive screaming and panicking and crying?
What?
Also, that picture I sent, that I'm standing up right now while continuing to play because my knees are like so sore right now from sitting too much.
Oh my god.
So basically, so that's basically what my set like condensed just so I can play while standing up, and my camera's like facing up in a more upward angle.
That's a little funny.
Anyways, welcome back.
Everyone's exhausted.
What were you gonna
Oh,
say?
man.
What were you gonna say before I interrupted you earlier?
It was about Etheria.
So tired.
Oh.
I totally thought they had caught
Oh my
me.
god, the voice crack.
No, I mean, I merely gave
It was more so
the
the comments of like the things that we have gone through. Just interacting with people firsthand as VAs. Or no, not VAs. PAs.
You heard it here first,
Ambassador.
folks. DweamLee is a voice actor.
No, I'm not a voice actor.
I tell her that she can be one, and I honestly believe she could, but she doubts herself and is like, "Wait, I can?"
Look.
She's not even arguing with the fact that I just called her out on my stream as usual. But anyway,
Because I'm tired of being called out, so I can't argue with it anymore. I can't argue with being called out anymore.
so you admit defeat, which means I win.
I never admitted defeat. I just said that I'm tired.
Well, as it says behind me on this little painting, we may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated.
Uh-huh. Anyways. No, I was just mentioning it was like the amount of like weird things that we both like witnessed to new people.
And there's
as
another
VAs.
earthquake.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Did you say PAs or no? You did say PAs. Yeah.
Player ambassador. Yeah.
No, I thought I heard you say VA again.
No.
Another
No.
disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Yeah, the things that we did go through.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no
Oh my
need to
God.
worry too
The
much about
library
that. Nevertheless, made
competition.
some emergency plan, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
That was a good time.
I hope
That was really fun.
And then just to be told like, okay, listen, why don't you two just combine both your ideas and do it together? And we're just like, oh, yeah.
That would work, wouldn't it? Yeah, and I quote, "Why doesn't Dream do the exterior and Unknown do the interior?" It was like, oh,
I've
okay.
been investigating the prophecy for
I mean, it
hundreds
worked.
of years.
It did work.
I once
Just for
had
the
informants go
idea
over to Vat,
to be
searching
like
for clues
completely
and
like
feeding information
renovated.
back to me.
It's like, thanks.
I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea.
God,
Anything to
that
keep
hurt.
the coastline from advancing.
Oh, now she's
But all my
revealing the
efforts
truth.
proved to be futile in the end.
Hmm?
Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
The god of justice lives for the spectacle of the courtroom, seeking to judge all other gods. But even she knows not to make an enemy of the divine. Now I understand what that means. Kinda. Somewhat. By the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, during the Tvat, basically the roadmap trailer, that's what DweamLee says whenever he gets to talking about Fontaine, is this, and I quote, "The god of justice lives for the spectacle of the courtroom, seeking to judge all other gods. But even she knows not to make an enemy of the divine." Coming full circle, when I think about it.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
That would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden,
Jesus.
but honestly,
Can I have the
considering my
serious
rank
one
and
back,
station,
please? I don't want to hear
wasn't a
it.
good
I
fit
don't
at
want to hear
all.
you.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine
It'll
fall to the
all make
whims
sense
of
soon.
trivial
I'm
prophecy?
sure it will. You know,
could've
you know that
sworn you
one
were
image of
actually
where
being honest
SpongeBob is
just now.
strangling Mr. Krabs by the neck and shaking him up and down?
Mm-hmm.
That's me to Farina. Just grabbing the Archon and just shaking her and just whipping her around like a duck. Oh shit! I woke up Basil. Anyway. Yeah, I'm losing my mind if I'm laughing hysterically over this stupid joke.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, but people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the
I
start
can't believe
that
it's
this
only
would be
1:38.
my
It feels like
duty
it's
alone.
longer. Or late. Longer? Later?
I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it.
I don't think you are. I give you at least till like 3.
You give me too much credit.
I was being generous, yes.
You're being way too generous.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Oh, here we go. Alright, Farina, let's hear it. Oh, it's a cutscene. Oh, okay, here we go.
Oh.
Huh?
Yep.
What? Oh, it's kind of... Oh. Oh my gosh. That's so clever. Lindy, you... Oh, that was smart. That was genius. Holy...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may
trial
proceed to
begin.
the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Oh, shit,
In that
he's
case,
not joking.
you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh, what? What?
You would draw your blade against a coin?
Oh.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Damn.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone.
My motto is so special.
I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin! Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel
How to
like
make
Farina
a
just
spectacle
took
at
over
her
the whole
own
thing?
trial. Of course.
Come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your
Is
Honor.
that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we get defeat Farina and Karn, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. Bless me.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally
tricking a god.
participate in the greatest magic
that is something to
performance
take
in
pride in.
all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary
Jesus,
performance.
how? Nay, you are insane. You
Of
literally
course,
just
this
took it,
performance
picked
was
it
only
up,
made
and
possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I
Oh,
suppose
that
I
earthquake
must have
from
missed
earlier
my
then was
final
them moving
chance.
her. Ah, smart.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
See how this goes.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine.
Oh, that's better.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our
that's better.
journey as
Okay.
evidence for an argument.
It's a super
Let's
practical
quickly
idea.
confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the
Oh
first
god, I
duel
was
you
waiting
fought
for
in at
this.
The Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Oh, it's all coming
First
together.
time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Maripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
You wouldn't even be able to get in there, Charlotte.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
I would have been very sad
The
if it
words
did.
of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Alright. Gotta put the evidence together and then make our
The
case.
prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant
I'm
and the
surprised he
lead
does not
actress of this
silence
performance,
her.
I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as
Oh,
an
damn, I
Archon.
wasn't expecting him to speak.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh?
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for
The
Forsaken
mass.
Beauty, but did I hear that right?
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Not our Archon at all?
Oh yeah, it's
Charge
coming
accepted.
all together.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina,
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Interesting how the shadow
Even though Lady
overlaps on
Farina can
her
be rather eccentric, isn't
left
it going
side
too far
there.
to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, nice detail.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop
Yes.
the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there
damn.
could be other ways to extend your life.
That's a good point.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Yes, even though she's a snake, but...
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh, crap.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
I think you have the wrong idea of worship,
turn their
my
eyes
friend.
towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
That might be something when I think about it.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else.
Goodness,
While
that's
you
crazy.
are
To speak
an
up
Archon,
sooner.
you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
And rules you should know.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the
Time to
Oratrice.
pull up the Cheez-Its.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned
Also, if anyone hasn't ever
by
tried
the
extra
real
toasty cheddar jack Cheez-Its, they are top
The real
tier S tier
Hydro Archon.
Cheez-Its, in my opinion.
Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Why is that,
can't-
though?
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydra should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium, yes, It's all because
We
of
have
the
never seen her
Indemnitium.
use her power
All
before.
Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Yes.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still
Fake.
the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
Aww.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
If that's the case, though, where's the real Hydra Archon?
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Oh,
if
here we
you
go.
have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
One thing too is the fact that the knave was able to get a drop on her so easily too, and she cowered and didn't even bother using her power.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, wait a second.
It has been established that
There
all
we go.
Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you.
Overflowed, and in
All
the
it should do is
prophecy,
strengthen
she's
your case.
Farina's the last
But
one,
if you don't
the only
dare
one
to
to
touch it,
survive
then we would have
Fontaine's
basically proved the
flooding.
reverse.
That's because she
Oh,
would
and I
be a
must
god
remind
and would
you
have
that
survived the
after the
primordial
disaster at
sea.
Poisson,
So
nobody wants to
therefore-
see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh, here we go.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oh. Damn.
I'm fine! Look! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough
You
to
had
prove my
effects, though,
innocence?
which means you are cursed with immortality.
Considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Smart move, Navia.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
You were bamboozled. Ha ha ha.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Because you gave up.
Please, everyone,
Oh
anyone,
my
just
god,
listen
she's
to me.
crying.
I swear, I really am your Archon.
It has been chosen.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Aww,
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Sheesh. Way to lay the smackdown. Oh.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong?
Even he's
What's
shocked.
the Oratrice's verdict?
Wait.
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Oh.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected
This
twist.
is one cruel twist.
Farina's
Holy
been
crap.
sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon. Oh. So it must... So Farina must be the Hydro Archon, but also isn't.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
So the mass...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Remini? Oh, what has he got for us?
Is the trial still going?
Oh,
Remini! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Oh my gosh, he found it.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the ocean into human beings. Is Farina an Oceanid?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and events in real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone...
Here we go. Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that.
If that's true, maybe the primordial sea itself isn't necessarily... Oh, that would make so much sense. If the Fontaine people are just Oceanids, and they come in contact with the primordial sea and disappear, and if we look back to the first sets of events for 4.0, then that means that basically the primordial sea helps return the Fontainian people back to their original form. They return back to the primordial sea, where they belong, because Oceanids are long-lasting. Oh my god. That makes so much sense now. This is correct.
Floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
That is Celestia. Okay.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
So, yeah, the former Hydro Archon turned the oceans into humans, and then from there, that's when all hell broke loose, because Celestia, yeah, it shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and people worshiping it better, but the heavens still brought judgment upon them. People.
We know from
I
the
was gonna
case of the
say.
serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
I knew! I was right! I was right! What do you look at that? I don't think it's this. Yeah, I was gonna say. This one? Really? Okay. Oh, boy.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
And this.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Could it be too that the prophecy already had happened at one point?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Merope was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
So what are your thoughts?
How long have you been here?
I've been here.
Sea, but won't cease
Jesus, I thought you fell asleep.
No, I actually deafened so I can hear the story.
Take the form of an Oceanid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm genuinely shocked. I'm actually shocked that I guessed the Oceanid part before I even... It makes so much sense, too. That's such a twist and turn. I love it.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death.
What do you think's going on?
Shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
I honestly think Farina might be an Oceanid, but it wouldn't add up then.
The water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved.
Really?
She was surrounded by the people of
Because she would have dissolved then too, at the least. But
to take part in a trial meant to make her
the one thing that's mentioned though is the Hydro Archons to be executed, not Farina. So I'm guessing that. Well, obviously back to the whole mass thing. Basically, Farina's one person, but of course there's Focalor, who's the other. So basically they both share like one body almost in a sense.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Merope was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
I also really just want to point out real quick too, Celestia is not very merciful too. And
no, they don't even care about their own gods.
I mean, Celestia isn't even supposed to. The heavenly principles themselves are just outlanders of this world. They just came in and asserted themselves, and the Archons had to bend their knees to them.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events.
And the fact too that they aren't doing anything to help brings into question the mortality of the heavenly principles.
There's one part. I'm not going to say anything.
There's one part? Wait, I can't
No.
say.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So
You'll figure it
that's how
out.
You can make sense of it.
You'll figure out your error.
But then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored conquered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why
That
the
is
Origins
interesting to think
judged
about
the
too.
Hydro Archon to be
The Archon's not being allowed to
account for that
create
sin.
humans in that
The
sense.
Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us.
And yet,
Yet, after many
everyone's still
hundreds
here.
of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, no, this part right here. I'm so convinced that it should come after the Fourth Slate. That's what I was thinking too. Okay, so hear me out. Originally, it was said that Fontaine was a lot bigger, and obviously, beforehand, the oceans did rise, and there's a lot of proof beneath the waves to suggest that it did overflow at one point. So perhaps, like I was saying earlier, the prophecy that everyone thinks is happening has already passed already.
Yeah.
It's just now the events of the past are now being brought up and revealed.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the Fourth Slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Okay,
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Oh yeah, like those.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial
fate,
to
after
avoid
all.
fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
It's the the ultimate proof. Okay, here we go.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to
Oh
come.
wait, it's gonna be the narwhal, isn't it?
Of the disaster.
Child in the narwhal. So the evidence that verifies the intrusion of the primordial sea is
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Oh, it's coming together now.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, whoa, what? What's going on? It's the narwhal! Oh my god, it's here. Wait, what's he doing here? Oh, damn. New bullet facing off? Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, wait. Child! Let's go! Kick his ass! Steam! Now that's a tag team right there. Child's been fighting the narwhal this entire time. Oh. Ah, my man. Oh my god.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
So could the narwhal be one of the four descenders then?
Once it is finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Essentially, it'll devour all of Fontaine.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Oh, we're
Anyway,
in for it.
now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
But what about what our mage said?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Oh no. The order tree? What's happening?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Wait, it's carrying out the death sentence?
Furina!
She just stood there while everything happened. What the fuck?
You.
No stress.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment.
Focalor.
Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
God damn,
I
Focalor.
spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed
I
into a human
see.
by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always
Similar to
dreamed of
Venti when
becoming
he was
human.
just a
And
Sealy
I still
too.
do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
She really
She
did
could feel
fool
joy,
everyone.
sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course.
That's so
The plan
blunt.
to deceive the heavenly
Anyways, I
principles.
cursed her. Jesus.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Okay. Well, damn, that was quite the drop. Holy shit. That is one clever act.
Imagine having to use stairs.
Oh, who permitted you to come
You just had
onto
to
the stage?
unmute just to say that, didn't
I
you?
understand your
I did.
admiration for my august self.
Well, maybe
but
I like to
must
take the
ask
stairs.
You to keep to the rules.
Ah.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the
I get it
utmost
now.
elegance and nobility.
So we have seen Farina's true self, but whenever the light's on her, she has to play the role. That is really a cruel fate. Jeez. Just being the puppet to the god.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Silence! The tide beckons.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Whoosh.
Wait, that's actually really funny.
Oh,
You
yeah.
did those in the same order that I did them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is funny. Oh, damn, okay. We're getting some of the old classic film stuff.
Farina.
You're changing clothes.
Who's
Ooh.
that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Damn. Now I actually feel bad for Farina. Jeez. Being forced to immortality, playing a role for the rest of your life until then. Sheesh.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession.
She really did have the best
But
intentions
this
for
is
wanting
my
to help
first time
Fontaine,
facing
but
the
god
people.
damn.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon the curse.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want?
How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence, one who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very
The
good,
quick shift
my
in color.
people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Her future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Quest, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Yes! Oh, yeah!
Oh. Oh, I see. Let's see what's about to happen here.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Oh, I can't melee with her. Damn.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Dweam went to go lay down, but she shall be spectating here in spirit from the comforts of her bed. I'm gonna push myself to finish this, if it's the last thing I do. Otto, can you? Oh, that's probably okay. There we go.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
That's not what I meant to do. There we go.
Alright, Farina,
Oops.
don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Act 4. Opera House.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
Best to rest early today, too.
Oh, Farina. She truly did try to do everything she could for her people, even though she was playing the false god. Jesus. Okay.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Aww.
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
No mortals should be pushed to that extreme.
Anyone about this? But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain
Welcome back.
this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
And who? And?
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish.
She fails to realize that even though she's trying to save her people should also be should also help to save themselves as well and everyone else. This is their sin.
Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once.
At least the sin that the heavenly principles
Is it such
deem
an
so.
outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your
I will say though,
frustrations
False
and
Lord was quite
sorrows.
clever.
Surely,
Poor Farina, man.
if you
She
let
really
this
did do nothing
opportunity
wrong.
slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine.
Oh my god.
Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Oh, Farina.
Fine.
So she regardless would have chosen her fate upon the court trial.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly
I will
principles,
say you and
must
Haroon were
first
not kidding
deceive
Dream when you
yourself.
said cutscenes
She
after
did very
cutscenes.
well. If she had let her
Like, don't get me
resolve
wrong, there's
falter
so much
even
good
once
story
in
being
these
told here.
5 centuries, Fontaine would have been
Goodness.
doomed to the most tragic
This
fate.
is a bit much.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis
Ah,
with
it
me.
makes all the sense
Yes,
now.
It would seem so, wouldn't it?
So even though
Alas,
Child
your
wasn't guilty,
understanding of this
she
device
still
lacks sufficient depth.
made Child guilty in
truth,
order to make
it is no
everything come
enactor
together
of
for the
justice.
to obscure
It
the
is,
prophecy.
in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Oh.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, okay.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both
Oh
the
my
trial
god.
and the sentence?
So it took 500 years to gather enough
This
power to kill a god.
accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within
Wait,
the
if
oratories.
she dies...
But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro
Would that
Archon's
mean-
divine throne, shaking the rules established
Would
by
Novelette take her
Celestia
power?
and
And
breaking
reassert
through
himself
the
as a...
institution
Reassert
that
himself
is the
as
Seven.
one of the
So the
7
Oratrice's
dragons?
call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent,
It would upset the balance.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words,
Yep.
this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But
To re-empower the dragon.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human
She's basically
existence
saying
itself.
screw you to the heavenly
So,
principles
if
and
the
returning
theft of
what's
the primordial
rightfully
sea's might
the
was
the
Fontaine's
power to the
original
world,
sin,
and that's to the dragons.
then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside,
Damn.
the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
And that's why you were chosen as the Iudex.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Damn, okay. Oh my gosh. Wait, then that also means Farina's curse is lifted. Oh. It's so powerful.
I, Eudex Nouvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh my gosh. Wait, was he crying?
I see the value.
Did he actually just shed physical tears there? Oh, Nouvelet.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved,
Wait a
I assume
second.
whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this.
The
We must
Hydra
mete out
Archon's dead.
punishment to that
Nouvelet's
beast.
now reascended as the Sovereign Dragon. Oh my god.
I have
The
gained
Gnosis
strength
is no longer
sufficient to
there.
deal with it.
That means the
Through
Fatui.
certain means.
Oh my god.
I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function,
Oh
I
my.
require an
What does this
executor to
mean
help
for
me
the
mete out
Fatui
justice.
and the Sarisa, though?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Okay, here we go. We're getting into the boss fight now. Oh. Oh, dang, okay, we're just going right into the action.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
Alright, we're doing this. Here we go.
Find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power.
It's so big!
We shall look for an opening together.
He's actually so huge. Holy
Feel
crap.
its sorrow turning into hostility.
Fitting I'm playing Nuvolette for this then, since he's here for this battle.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
The music is so cool, though.
Settle down.
Oh boy. Oh, what's happening? What the music? The music! What the shit? What is this guy?
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Oh, that is such a powerful
I have
quote
granted you
right
my
there.
protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress its root from within. Settle down. Be sanctified. Stabilize.
By royal decree, nice and spicy.
I will have order.
Oh, that took a good chunk of his health away, too. Oh, cutscene time. Just strolls up with his cane. What a legend. Shriek. Oh, and there goes Child. God damn it. Give me back
Thanks for
Child.
helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well,
what do you expect?
I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk,
But
not
she said
Shriek.
he gave us the
Skirk.
impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
She very much missed
The
the point.
point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Gold?
Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name.
Gold's
To be
behind?
honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually
Oh
know
my
them either.
gosh.
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
What? Oh, I see now.
Hey! Help! Over here!
So Fontaine was still destined to drown, but Nouvelette forgave them, so now they still remain. Well, it all makes sense now. And there's Risley's invention. I mean, it was really prepared.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Maybe in the excellent diver he is.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Oh,
We didn't dissolve.
I
The
get it.
prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Wash away the sins. So the water was always going to recede anyway. It was just the original was to put the people Fontaine back. Ah, I get it.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong.
Man, that actually was really good. Oh my god.
Future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated.
So many
so many
turns and everything.
Starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
God, that was.
Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of
I'm gonna give
Mr.
it to
Edwin
Fossilor. She's quite the genius, but god damn.
Turning out to be a once
Poor Farina.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter
I wonder now though what this means, because now that the Hydronosis powers return to Nuvalet, then that means
Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like
truly the fate has been disrupted then at this rate.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure?
She's still trying to interview Risley. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some...
Tears of the Stars. Huh. Oh, yep, and then let's go. Oop.
Add Thank you for
Yeah, we'll finish it all up. I'll always finish up the rest of the whole quest. I stayed up late to just do this live stream. I can finish the quest at least to the end.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about
That was not
Fontaine's
what I was
stray
expecting from a Snez 9 person to say.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Everyone's gonna intended making
Well,
efforts
her
on.
reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Aww.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a
Clever
move
Risley.
first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
I thought for a second Paimon said Diluc and I was really confused.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty
Oh, Sewer's
lively
so
here.
awkward. It's funny.
We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Oh no.
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
Aw.
You're too kind, sir.
Very noble of you,
I believe that
Risley.
you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually...
Speaking of, I wonder what's gonna happen to Child. Now that a Skirk
What
just
change can there
literally showed up
The
to
fortress
save
will
him and
keep
then
chugging
toss
along, and so
him
will
into
my
the
duties.
void somewhere.
As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Although the fact that Gold is Shriek's master says
In that case, let's
explains
call it
a
a
lot
day.
more what's going on.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Alright, we gotta go. Why? Oh, right where the story began. Thank you, game. Let me drop these off real quick. Oh, I only need one more and then I can level it up. I'll keep that in mind. But that's one going down here, yeah.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal,
But if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
Now I wonder what...
That's alright. We were more than happy to help.
Yeah, now I wonder what Chino's up to. Now, with everything...
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well...
I can't English.
After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a...
What?
Diplomatic gift.
You're kidding me!
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
You're shitting me!
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself.
You're kidding! But wait, I thought the gnosis had the power!
A number of things going
and he
for
would
it.
absorb it!
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
I'm actually kind of pissed that Neuvillette just gave up the gnosis like that. I'm actually pissed. I was hoping that we would see a change in the tide.
Had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
I was hoping we would actually get a win against the Fatui. Oh, this is some bullshit.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Oh, poor child. Well, considering he used the foul legacy, he's gonna be really counting his life sentences. I wouldn't be surprised the next time we see him, he started having white hair all over him.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Oh wait, he would just become albino at that point. Hello, Arachino.
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
Oh, here we go.
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right.
I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Oh yeah, we didn't just
That's a
toss
wrap
him
for
the
me.
vision back.
Huh?
Oh, I suppose we didn't have
You-
time, considering he just got yeeted through a portal.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
With disdain in her
hello?
voice.
If I'm not
Oh,
mistaken, there are
you
diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is
Ugh.
quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all right then. We'll be handing...
Yes.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy.
Let's go finish up a Neverlet. Oh, I want to rip him a new one just for giving away the Gnosis. God. I was actually hoping for some different turn in the story. First, Nahida had me thinking that she would actually not get the Gnosis back, but she had good reason to give the Electro-Gnosis up and her own for knowledge. Neuvillette, I get why he did it for negotiation purposes, but God, why? Come here. Okay, there we go. My model just was like, nah, you get this separate.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlet! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Yeah, you do.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being
That's
on this
amazing.
planet.
Holy.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature
Most likely
off,
to buy time on the assumption.
Guess Fossilor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Interesting.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Fossilor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens
I was gonna say, she
normal
probably wants
life.
out of that opera house to be a normal person like everyone
Now that
else.
you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon.
After Fossilor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass
Hey,
verdicts by
attaboy,
myself.
Novelette.
Looks like you're still
You're honestly the,
stuff from the
you're honestly the right
Udex,
rightful
huh?
person to get the verdicts.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
God damn.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
When they made Novelette, they really just made him like they made him OP because they wanted to make him lore accurate.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Please explain why.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations?
Suppose.
Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of
Especially
gratitude
since
to the
you got,
Dweam and as an
especially
apology
since
to
Fontaine right
Chaya.
now would be able to deal with
Ask
the
away.
Fatui at
I will tell
the
you the
current
truth
state
as
of
I know it.
things.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
There we go, not lot.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Ooh.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Draconians,
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
I remember.
Captain.
So he's still going at it there.
Customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Aww. What did Nuvalet get out of Skirk?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Huh?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since.
Wait.
So most of the information
Did she
I
just
possess,
imply that
I got from him.
the
It is
seven
only
Gnosis
natural
are
for those
parts
who are
of
greater
the
than
third
humanity
descender?
to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Huh. So the question is, who is the third descender? And why the hell?
That's what she
is their
told me.
power split up into
Whether
7
it
of the
would prove useful or
Gnosises?
not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring
there's
misfortune
a
and
lot
that you
more
should
to
check it,
uncover
which is
there.
why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once child recovers, let's get some more answers
Still,
out
the
of
question
him.
remains, who
Or
is
go
the
look
third
for his
descender?
master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many.
Furthermore, why were the
information lacking.
remains
The
chopped
same
up
is
into
true
the
of
7
being at court.
Gnosises? What exactly is the Heavenly Principles up to?
Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as
What
well.
does the Jester
herself in
and
the end as a god.
the Saritsa know
Through
then
all those
that can
years as a
help?
human. Was that really what she wanted?
Oh, wait, so
I
the
suppose
Gnosis...
that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Wait, so the Heavenly Principles, aka Celestia, is one of the Descenders or an outside force. And with the Gnosis being the remains of the third Descender, that makes perfect sense then, that why the Fatui are gathering them. Because the 7 Gnosises have the power of a Descender to take out another Descender. Oh, it's all coming together now.
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Masquerade of the Guilty. Holy crap, we did it. I did that in under 4 hours and 35 minutes. Technically, that would have totaled up to 5 hours, given if I did do the start. If I did start with the start. Alright, anyway. That's gonna end the stream. Thank you all for sticking along and joining me for the journey. For those that stood here for the entire stream, you're awesome. I appreciate you. Now go to bed and get some sleep, because that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I will say that quest was definitely amazing. Not that I don't mind all the cutscenes and everything, but good lord, that was a lot to digest, and there's so much more to go on. But thank you all again. Have a good night, and catch you in the next one. Peace.